my white friend, he was like, "See, the only reason black people are bigger and stronger than white people is because we bred them as slaves to be that way." I was like, "Oh, why didn't you do that to yourself?" Instead of getting a superpower to people who hate you. Alright, thank you.
On him, everybody, with a brand new minute. He's got to do this job every week. Not easy at all, debuting a new minute in front of the internet every week. How you been doing, man?
I've been good. I've been hitting the mic. It's 20 mics this week.
Oh, wow.
So he's like the peak young ray of Asians, bro.
Yeah. He reminds me of the Earl skateboarding Asians, actually. Yeah, it's like the very Earl skate. Let's make more people nobody knows. So to really bring this crowd into it right next to your friends back at home. Yeah, of course. No, our LA comic friends, everybody knows. Death Del Rey and Earl skateboarding. So, Han, so let's talk about it. How's this week been going for you? You having fun in Austin?
I've been having a blast. I went to a pool party with all the cool comics, and we changed together. It was crazy.
Whoa, Han isn't afraid to change with the boys. We found out about your 3.5, right? Is that what you said? 3.5 inches? 4.5. 5.5. Oh, okay. Asian math. Yeah, Asian is supposed to be black cock. 5.5 inches. Holy shit. What's in your lunch? We never really asked you about your love life. What kind of girls are you into? Are you into Asian girls? I find that a lot of Asian guys are into Asian girls. They're set to default quite often, and they just go with what they do.
I mean, who isn't into Asian girls? They're like the best. Small, and they do what they tell them. They do what you tell them to do.
We found out a lot about that.
He's dating a girl right now, like a comedian.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm trying to pursue a comedian right now.
How's it working out? Is it going good?
Very terrible. I took her to a strip club.
Oh, that's right. We did talk about this last week. That's incredible. Have you made any moves with her since then?
I mean, we're cool now. Like, I think we're cool now. So, I'm not gonna take her to any more strip clubs.
Have you landed a kiss on her or anything like that? Or are you like Galen Mendoza and just eating rolled ice cream and fucking it up?
I'm like David.
Have you ever been with a white girl before?
Yeah. I mean, I used to date a white girl for 6 months. White girls are plentiful around America.
Thank you, Mom. I had no idea. I just got here super recently. I was very excited to find that out. Those white girls are plentiful here. Happenstance would have it. That's very interesting. I love it. Guys, this is your first time seeing Hans Kim, right? All Asians.
Crazy. There's an Asian with you on stage. I'm scared.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. This is one of the good ones, Paul.
You gotta be nice to these fuckers, dude. Seriously.
This is one of the good ones. You know that the rowdy race, but just one of the good ones. Han is a good one. Well, wait a second. I'm changing my mind about him here. I love it. Han's famously sang the national anthem to kick off the first Tell Me Back for my cancellation. 2 weeks after my cancellation, super canceled. All my buddies are like, it'll blow over, dude. Just take a few months off. It'll all be good. About 2 weeks. I'm going to have Hans Kim sing the national anthem. Trust me, it'll be fun. They're like, what? And I hung up the phone.
What is like the national anthem of like?
No, I didn't know. I had him sing the American national anthem. He had to read from pieces of paper. But we got through it. It took a while, but we got through it. Hans, what do you think it's going to take to bang this American white comedian that you're into?
Probably testosterone.
You think if we brought her on stage right now that she'd give you a big kiss? Have you kissed her yet? Have you kissed her? Oh, look at me. Have you kissed her yet? You haven't kissed her on the
I
lips?
don't think she's here.
Really? How about another white girl? You want to kiss another white girl?
Yeah.
Is that say goodbye. Hans went in for round 2 and took it right to the dome. Hans, Tim, you are a badass motherfucker.
I have more to offer.
Your South Korean parents would be so disappointed if they could see what you were doing here in Wild, Texas. If you had white parents, they'd be so proud. But your South Korean parents would be very dishonored about you just making out with random white chicks with extremely hard nipples. I mean, Jesus Christ. Looks like she already has a couple fortune cookies in her bra waiting for you, Hans. Those things were ruckus. I mean, my God, Hans.
That was awesome.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. She seems wild. I think you went from hot and sour to cold sore. There's going to be something popping up.
You know what's cool? What's the girl that you like? What's her name? The girl that you talked about before.
Bella Charlton. Whoa.
She's going to see that and you're going to get some pussy because of that, dude. That chick that was on stage was hot as fuck, bro.
I don't know about that. Is there any chance Isabella's here? Isabella, if you're here, come to the stage. Let's have a talk with Isabella. That's the girl that he likes. Isabella, are you here? Is it really happening?
Come to the stage, Isabella. Come to the stage.
Holy shit, Isabella Charlton is here, everybody. Holy shit. Yeah. Holy shit. What a magical episode of Bill Tony. First of all, Isabella, a great comedian. She was on the show last week. She's been on the show numerous times. Famously from England. Has a funny take on our fucking country. I cannot wait to hear to find out and to see what she thinks of this Hans Tim situation. Isabella, first of all, remind us all, Isabella, are you currently single? Whoa, that's a good start. Okay, Isabella. Hand Isabella the microphone. Isabella, what do you think about all that's happening right now? I can't tell whether you have no idea what the fuck's going on or if you really disappointed that Hans kissed Smurf before you came out here.
Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. Right, kiss him.
Isabella, what's your situation? You ever kissed an Asian guy before? Have you ever kissed an Asian guy? Look, you're in America. Listen, you fucking grit. You're in America right now. You're gonna answer our question.
Yeah, lock the fucking door.
You have kissed an Asian guy, right? Yeah. Wait, we talked to you last week and you said you dated an Asian guy? I grew up in Hong Kong. I did it. I did a year ago. Oh, shit. Okay, so what do you think? Hans is a good-looking guy. I'm genuinely disgusted in him as a person. And he knows that. Why are you disgusted? By the way, take it from me, you can't say that any type of Asian person is disgusting anymore. I happen to know this for a fact. My grandmother called me and told me that I fucked up. So, what are you disgusted in, Isabella? Help us to understand what's going on right now. His behavior, I can't even do anything.
I think that girl that was here should come on stage and kiss fucking her, bro.
Oh shit, here she is! Oh, Oh my god. Oh my god. What in the world is Hans going in for? Hans just keeps trying. Why? What do you say? The tequila. Sure. Don't make any excuses. Hans has been drinking fucking sake all night. Isabella, I mean, look at this. This is a pretty fucking good-looking chick coming up here and taking your dinner right from you.
a show here on Wednesday.
Oh, you can open up for Polly. You can do the next one show.
I have COVID.
Oh, she has COVID. I love it. What are you two? Like, Isabella, come back over to Hans. Just stand on the other side of him. It's okay. You can't catch whatever she has just by standing close to her. She just gave me the middle finger. I wanted to put a condom on it. So that nothing spread. Hans is like, don't let him talk to you like that. Oh, man, dude. They are just making out. So, by the way, right now, Hans is like, Isabella, dude.
Thank God.
Oh my God, he went from fucking Hogwarts to Pussy Horse over here. It's still going. All right, second book. Here it goes. Cross step, everybody. Isabella, thank you so much. Isabella, take one of those just for the souvenir. And here's 60 seconds uninterrupted from Isabella Charlton. Go ahead, do it. 60 seconds from Isabella. We're going into overtime here.
Hey guys, my dad's from India. Yeah, I know. I was white. I was one of those people couple. But yeah, it's super tough when your parents are brown and you're white, like especially when you're a kid. Like that's such a double standard. Like if your mom was brown and you were white, people might think she's a nanny, terrible. But if your dad's brown and you're white, people think you're being kidnapped. People kept coming up and asking me if I was okay. I'd say no. My dad's an immigrant from India to the UK, and his big thing was he didn't want his kids to be gay. Yeah, and my brother hated scary movies, roller coasters, color blue, football. So he thought my brother was gay, and I wanted my dad to love me, so I pretended to love scary movies, roller coasters, color blue. And my dad was like, "Fuck, you're gay."
Hell yeah, Isabella Charlton. You were on last week. Hard to do a stat not expecting like that out of nowhere, but you got through it. That's fun. I like that joke. I've shortened it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Tighten it up. You don't think you need all those descriptors and just fucking pop it. That is funny. You try to impress your dad and you think you're gay instead of he's gay. It's always hard to find how to get there the fastest. That's a good solid joke that you have. What's your writing process like?
Like lips, penis, things like that.
It's your fucking Ralph the Hunt's count, huh? You're off the hook for that? I mean, by the way, that girl's already pregnant with this baby. I've never seen anyone get pregnant from a French kiss before, but that was fucking.
No, I don't want to say, because I didn't know he was a good girl, so. Well, we met at a strip club once, and he broke with the stripper, and I thought it was not okay.
Well, I mean, you're being a general, so.
It's no touching. Unless you agree to it, it's no touching.
You're loving the world is touching, just so you know. Yeah, that's just like the rules. They have to say no touching, but this is, it depends on the type of touch. The yellow rose or the red rose? You were in a different strip club? It was the red rose?
One of those.
It was one of the red rose. Maybe, actually. Kaylee, are you close? Kaylee, are you close? Kaylee, come up here real quick. Here comes Kaylee with the red rose, the yellow rose, all the rose. Let's talk to her. Kaylee, sit on Josh's lap and talk to us for a second. Sit on Josh's lap. Yeah. Oh, shit. This is the second girl that got pregnant during tonight's show. Kaylee is currently, the baby's going to come out wearing glasses. It's going to be adorable. Kaylee, grab Josh's mic for a second here. She's saying that Isabella here, that's a British girl, who's way too proper for the great states of America.
like, making that if your general mission and what's up, why are you doing it? I mean, it's a I love how Joe Biden gets around to gas prices so he can't get hard on. It's like, dude, if you had a couple blue chew, we could probably fix this gas price problem. Very cute. Yeah, man, so I've been doing comedy for like 4 months. I gotta say, my parents, they got divorced twice in quarantine, which was hell. And, you know, it was kind of a battle. And they got back together, thank God, but they got through that love phase. Like, you're 50 years old, now you're having sex again. And then all of a sudden, it was like, okay.
There we go, Jackson. Bombing as hard as anyone can possibly bomb here. Came up with an insane Jackson came up here with an entire notebook full of shit. Didn't look at any of it. Started eating it. Totally eating it like a hot dog competition for the 4th of July. Absolutely wild. You're tangled up in the mic stand. You were pumping the mic stand like a worker. Do you carry your manifesto with you at all times?
Just in case. Might be called up here. I'll carry it. You're real white trash. Where are you from?
Wow.
God, man. I'm from South Georgia. Okay. That's white trash. Yeah, all right. What do you do for work? I just got hired today as exec sales agent. Okay. What does that mean? What are you going to do? So I'm like sales party vendors. So basically, I work for other companies. They come to us if they need like a sales team to generate leads. And
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Yeah, what's the most interesting thing about you? How can you turn this interview around? Yes, let me ask it again. The most interesting thing about you. You have your entire life as reference right now. I got a midget cousin. That's pretty cool. I mean, the manager of the Red Rose Yellow Rose. Oh, shit.
Yeah, he was on the show last week, featured heavily. Basically, I have a midget cousin, too.
That makes sense.
Yeah. What else about you? Are you good at anything?
You know, I'm pretty good at my walking.
All right, there he goes. Jackson the Goodness, everybody. There you go, the Jackson. You guys ready to end this show with a bang? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the longest standing regular in the history of Kilcody. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Oh, shit. Come on, people, one more time for your final comedian of the night, William Montgomery.
Many people don't know this about me. Following down in Tamaulipas, Mexico. Unfortunately, they don't always understand everything I'm saying, so I brought my translator. Give it up for my translator, y'all. Interpreter, yeah, he ain't gonna change it up. We didn't agree to say that. What's the deal with Senator Ishmael Garcia Cabeza de Vaca? That dude knows how to eat some tacos. It's like, come on, Ishmael, where are you from? Tamaulipas or Brownsville? ¿Qué pedo con el senador Ismael García Cabeza de Vaca? Ese güey sabe comer tacos, ¿que no? ¿Qué onda, Ismael? ¿De dónde eres? ¿De Tamaulipas o de Brownsville? I like Velcro condoms because they're easier to put on and they're thicker. Me gustan los botones de Velcro, son más fáciles para traer y están más gruesos. I don't know if y'all been to the Regional Museum of History of Tamaulipas in Victoria recently, but who's running those exhibits now? Pee-wee Herman? No sé si has ido a cruzar el canal de historia de Tamaulipas y Victoria recientemente, pero ¿quién se está encargando de esas exposiciones? this last night.
William, I love this look. It looks like there was a crossover episode between Dallas and Duck Dynasty or something like that. Shot BB and J over here.
I gotta stop buying these shirts on eBay. This one's also kind of too small.
No, it's good. You wear it absolutely. Brown, doesn't he wear that shirt well? Come on. Come on. Want to make out with a girl with extra hard nipples? Huh? No, I'm kidding, William. I'm kidding. That's not what this show is. William, how's it going? You look fucking fantastic. You got a new. It's been a few months now. You lived in Texas. You got a new hat.
I do, yeah. I went to LA Fitness for first time in 5 years today.
Wow.
It's fucking killing me moving my arms.
It's a real segue. I asked about the hack. You talked about going to the gym today.
My arms were killing me. I was on the Stairmaster for 15 minutes.
Wow, yeah, your arms must be exhausted from the Stairmaster. Absolutely crazy.
I was working on a joke when I was on the Stairmaster.
Yeah. I love it. How long were you on the Stairmaster?
15 minutes.
And then what'd you do?
Something with the about 20-pound weight. I sort of just lifted it around. And some fucking old piece of shit came up to me. He was like, yeah, I think there's like a 40-pound one over there. And I was like, okay.
Oh,
I don't know why he said that.
you think he was telling you to like lift more weight?
Correct.
Oh,
Shit. Total piece of shit.
wow. He came up to you at the gym and said that?
I did. The little bitch thing next to me.
And this was your first time at the gym in 5 years, you said, huh? I love it. Did you do a single sit-up? It really doesn't look like it.
I tried. I couldn't. Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah, it looks like you did squats with your belly.
You're gonna get those two brothers. What the fuck did you just say? I don't even get that.
Yeah.
I don't even understand.
What do you mean? I don't think anybody knows. What did you say exactly?
Okay.
There you go. That's a good podcasting right there.
Yeah, I wasn't good at that.
What?
The Duke brothers.
Two brothers?
Oh,
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, that's before my time. There's a 10-year age gap between me and Rothschild'S. That's part of it. But I got the Dallas reference, right? Close enough. Okay, so you're dressed like that. You think it's going to be, did you get a lot of mosquito bites? You're very itchy right now.
No, my arms are really killing me. I'm not kidding.
Really?
I'm taking Abercrombie. My arms. It's stupid.
Oh my goodness. Well, you look fucking fantastic, dude. I love this. I don't know what A&E show you remind me of, but it's definitely a you. I love it. What else, William? Anything else crazy in life? How long you been on the show, William? Holly, William has been writing a brand new minute in front of the entire internet for 2.5 years every single week. What do you think about that? You know, you've been Holly was raised at the comedy school. You understand it? The babysitters were fucking Sam Kinison and fucking insane people.
Pryor, David Letterman.
Yeah, they all took care of a little baby boy named Holly because they had around the comedy.
Wow.
Always me too. Always me too. All the statutes of limitations are up on him.
No, I love this dude. I saw him at this store many years ago. It's fucking funny, dude. Very funny, and congratulations on writing all the time. It's great. And you got to do what David's doing, which is headline Pittsburgh, too. You should do that. You should do that shit. Yeah, but I'm going to play an A club now. Shit, that's what he's got to say, too.
Yeah, I think it's just a very short matter of time before William's straight.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see. William, how long have you been sober now?
60 days, maybe.
60 days, ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing greatness. Went to the gym today for the first time in 5 years, everybody. This is a man who's been doing the job, getting better, and absolutely killing. Now has spots opening before opening for Joe Rogan. Let's see what this guy
But I have to memorize my jokes.
moving onward and onward, doing the right thing, writing continuously. How about one more time for your final comedian of the night, the great William Montgomery, everybody? Guys, we did it! That's an episode of Kill Tony. How about a big hand for the great Tony Shore? Come on! So fun to get to work with you again, sir. Guys, make some noise for the great Josh Hart. How about a big hand for that screwball Kill Tony band, everybody? Charles, the great Matt Fioling on guitar, and C Madness on bass guitar. Remember, you can see Pauly Shore tomorrow in San Antonio, the next day in Austin, here at Vulcan Gas Company. Finish it up. If there's any seats available for that, you guys should be here on Wednesday. Josh Martin, also one of the absolute funniest fucking comedians.
Check out Josh Martin.
Absolute cold-blooded assassin. This guy was built in the late night at the Comedy Store. A real Comedy Store comedian. So see him and Pauly on here, Austin, Wednesday. Houston, Thursday. Dallas, Friday. And Fort Worth, Saturday. Check out his movie Guest House. Listen to his podcast, Random Rants, and find Pauly Shore in the Crusties. Listen to his band. The great Ryan J. emails Drew tonight's unbelievable fucking picture from LA. Guys, check that out real quick. Zoom in on yourself on that. All those prints are available at RyanJEvil.com, including the new Kill Tony bingo cards are for sale. And let's check out what Chris Rogers drew during the show. A live local artist named Chris Rogers, and invited to Chris Rogers' art. Check this. What the fuck is that? Oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Alright. I saw the closed eyes and I thought it was Steve Madness for a second. I don't know what's going on. Did you guys have fun tonight? Great, yes? went to the Comedy Store, performed there for the first time in forever. I'm telling you, man, there's just something I couldn't wait to get back to Austin. Here we are, look at all these hairy faces out here. Back home, dude. California people shave, even the women shave in California. It's wild. Good to be back here. What I am for the band, everybody. Man, screw all peanut butter whiskey, the Kill Tony band. That's Matt Mueling on guitar, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. How about a hand for my man Z Madness for the music? I mean, it's unbelievable. Our friends from Shay's Beer here, Yoni's here, out there with the loose camera, giving us barbecue, feeding us delicious Sam Smokehouse and Golden Acres. Fun stuff. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose Live from Baltic Gas Company, the #1 live podcast in the world. For 523 episodes. Payback Ryan, wild. Boston Reserve and Gin by Revolution Spirits is a real thing that's out there. You can get that on the tabletops. So, yes, you get a ginger shot. That is the William Montgomery shot. And also, I don't know if you know this, but actually, I'll say that. Here's a little bit more about the amazing sponsor that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey, y'all, here we are again. And I gotta tell you, if you have squeaky doors or clogged sinks or finicky engines, things break around the house, you take care of it. However, when something's off in the bedroom, you just try to not think about it. Come on, man. What are you waiting for? Take care of it already. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now.
Roman, you get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED, all from the comfort and privacy of your home. A U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment plan, and if medication is appropriate, it ships to you with free TV shipping. The whole process is straightforward and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today.
Take care of your erectile dysfunction without leaving your home. Get an online visit today. Connect with a healthcare professional and take care of it. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now and you'll get $15 off your first month. It's really time to take care of your ED. Remember, get started today and you'll save $15 on your first order of ED treatment. Get hard as a rock. Let's go from Kill Tony to Kill Tony. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now. So you guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, very, very exciting. Every single week I have one or two of the funniest people in the world as guests on this show. This week is absolutely no different. These guys have both been on this show before. Both regulars at the Comedy Store. Two of my favorite comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the great Kyle Dunnigan and Kurt Metzger, everybody. Wow. Unbelievable comedians. Yeah. Kyle Dunnigan, Kurt Metzger. They're here. Doing this shit. You guys have been here before. Kyle Dunnigan, for those of you that don't know, has literally the funniest videos on Instagram and YouTube where make things taste like Kardashians or crazy shit. Kurt's an amazing writer, yes. And you can catch all of that at youtube.com/Kyle Dunnigan. And that's it. I'm going to take off now. And he also has a tour coming up, KyleDunniganComedy.com. Great Kurt Metzger is here, ladies and gentlemen. He's a writer. He's a writer for Kyle Dunnigan's YouTube. And it's absolutely hilarious. And I told Kyle this earlier, but he's one of like 3 people that make me laugh on those videos. So, Shane Gillis and Tim Dillon. Yeah, and good company. I keep J's Ultralight Lake episode, all the way from Los Angeles, California, trucks everything, drops off the transfer. Single episode. We have a great local artist, Chris Rogers, back here trying to get the show goes on. Anyway, let's start the show. Your first comedian tonight is a regular, so instead of pulling a stranger out of the bucket, we're going to start the show with a little bit of a bang. This guy was made a regular just a few months ago. He absolutely destroys. We fucking love him. This is the great Hans Kid, everyone, with a brand new minute.
What's up, guys? I used to have sex. Hey, that's just like me having sex, doesn't it? I used to have sex with this girl. She was really into yoga and stroke sex. I was like, do you enjoy breathing or not? Watch a video. I don't understand. Sober people, you're just gonna rely on your day to make you happy. Jesus Christ, take some control back in your life. Just be the food for that economy. But I was talking to this drug addict, and he was like, dude, you have no idea what it's like to be with a drug addict. I was like, I know. If only you guys write books or movies or TV shows. Take paintings or sing songs. Talk about it too much party.
That's another new minute by Hans Kid. Make it look easy. Starting the show. Real chills. Still got it, my friend.
The thing about Asian comedies, you're still hungry for more afterwards.
You son of a bitch. How dare you? I can't believe you just said that. How's life going, Hans? What you been up to?
Amazing. I have girls giving me, so I get used to that. I went camping recently. We should have dated and I met up to Tony.
Oh, very nice. Kyle and Kurt might not know this, so Hans was made a regular on the show, and I made it my life's mission to make his life as amazing as humanly possible. And so I literally have like beautiful women make out with them every week on the show.
Thank you.
Look at that. You got that's what I'm talking about. The buzz is out, my bro. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what's happening. I want everyone to know this is how Asians get treated on my show. I roll out the fucking red carpet and just have beautiful strippers come up and make out with This is what could happen if you right. And it's only for rumors. He never does bad on the show. If there was ever a week where he did bad on the show,
It's a lot of pressure.
I love it.
I went camping.
Yeah. So it's kind of camping trip.
And then I almost drowned in the river. And my date had to come rescue me.
Wow.
I felt a little effeminate and happy to be rescued.
How did you almost drown? What happened?
So her raft punctured and I tied her on my waist and I swimming in my goggles.
How did you puncture the raft?
Didn't the company try to ban feminine men like you? Women can't pull a raft.
What happened to the raft? Your needle dick or something? Come on, man. I'm kidding. Everyone knows Asians have huge thick, girthy, massive dicks. If anything, your dick could have blown the matter back up again. So you don't know how it got punctured?
We ran into the bank of the church like running out of water.
We ran into the bank. Was it a Jewish road? Just kidding. Again, racial stereotypes are not condoned by me. I'm going to edit all these out. I can't always remember to edit the things out. It's funny when I say that. People are just listening. So what else, Hans? Did you get data? I feel like you did this as a trick. Oh, I'm drowning. The dog comes over and you just start
It's the same girlfriend you were dating for a couple weeks ago. Yeah, but she, after the trip, she didn't want to date me anymore.
What did she say exactly?
She said I wasn't emotionally mature enough.
Because you don't know, Hans is autistic. It takes people a few months to realize Hans is autistic, but he really is. He's just a savant. He's good at things, right? You play any instruments?
I play guitar.
Are you serious? Really?
Pretty good at it.
Really? Shut the fuck up. Matt, would you let... Whoa! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm gonna spend so much time making hot chicks throw their tongue in Hans's mouth. I've never asked him if he actually knows how to do anything else. It's crazy. The kid can do everything.
I'm more than just her lips.
You're gonna play us a little something? Alright, here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to This is Hans. I feel like he's the truth of life. I am almost positive this is going to be good. But at the same time, I could like see him strumming that beat like, oh, it's a year away. We gotta not so he's really gotta get this right. So he does. He definitely has that first chord intuition. Really small hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is on. How many of you think it's gonna be good? How many of you think it's gonna be bad? All right, a lot of haters in the cheat seat up there. All right, Marty McFly, ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Pitt. How does the bridge go? You're going to sing it? feel like not so gritty today, and like, you know. We're already 12 episodes into this.
Everybody get their own issues.
That is that we've already done it.
White on there when it's over.
I've had COVID 17 times.
Anyway, for an autistic guy, you think his numbers jokes would be better. Hans, what do you think about me? What do you think about me asking if a mediocre girl wants to make out with you?
I think that's wonderful because they have, like, you know, they need more.
There you go. Come on, are there any half good-looking girls, or do I have to ask for a beautiful? Is it only like a beautiful girl only thing? Come on, 6s or lower. If anyone wants to come up and make out with us, if you think you're a 6 or lower. Oh, also, how could I forget this? You get one of these if you do it. And I Kiss Hans Kim official T-shirt. The Kill Tony logo on the back. Asian style font. I believe it's called. I believe that's the fish eggs, wingding, hangbangs. I'm not sure what it is.
The good thing about kissing me is that because you're still hungry for more.
Unbelievable. I love it. A callback to something that didn't work the first time. I love it. Very rarely do you see that in comedy where people go back to it. Oh, can I also just say, I forgot to say, but during your rendition of Creep, I noticed a couple of, like, the tough guy fans in the audience, like this undercover cop at the edge here talking to Hulk Hogan's ex-wife. You see this guy? Not paying attention to the show at all. Still has no idea what I'm talking about. But anyway, he was literally trying during your rendition of Creep. It was unbelievably hilarious. Hopefully he listens to this podcast in a couple weeks when it comes out and hears everything that I just said about it. Literally still just telling me a serial killer is like a still or doing there. Trying to put together Tony bingo card out. Alright, is anyone making out with Hans? I don't think it's happening.
I don't think I deserve it.
Hans, here you go. Take your shirt, dude.
Thank you.
Ironically, the first week that you don't have a girlfriend, no one wants to come out and make out with you.
Maybe open it up to you. I mean, you shouldn't feel bad if you watch the last 10 episodes.
Yeah, it's great. Hans, an unbelievable performance, so great song on it. Whoa! Wait a second! Wait a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Everybody stop. Wait a second. Wait, Hans, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this the girl that dumped you? Oh, yes. Wow. Oh, what a hero. Come up to the microphone for a second. What's your name? This is Rabbi. Age. Okay. And you were dating Munson for how long would you say? Wow. Like, what were some of the highlights of dating Hans? Like, when you look back and you have, like, flashbacks to it, when getting fingered at Waterloo. All right. Great. What's that? What? All right. What else?
Weird Ashton we went to, where he did not work for groups. River exploration one time.
Jesus Christ. Awesome. That's sad that you don't know.
Playing with cats.
was your rebound. So all of a sudden you go from this hand-in marriage. Next thing you know, you're getting banged in the back of a van by an Asian guy. Cops are knocking on the window. So what do you think? Do you think there's still a chance for Hans? You're going to at least bang him every once in a while? You're going to be a good friend with benefits? Or is it just your emotion?
I broke off a week ago. Still keeping San Antonio with his friends, and may or may not have got some close over there.
Hey, Hans! Hell yeah! So yeah, I guess what I'm really asking, what made you come here tonight? Was still
Girlfriend. We have fun.
okay. Alright, yeah, it does. Sounds like
John divorce can't be over 5 minutes.
yeah. Cool. Once you
Get married to a relationship, go younger into a short stint.
pretty hot, though. It was. Hans is famously a good kisser. Everybody says that it's incredible.
He's got a very special tongue.
Is that true? Does he ever perform oral sex on you? Wow. Did he do anything different? How does he do it? If you had to describe the way Hans.
Legitimately the best person that's done it.
Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible. Let me ask you this. Are you hungry for more time? When he eats your pussy, does he use chopsticks? Oh, come on, man. Have you ever tried to put it in one of those boxes with a metal wire on top? Come on. I want to drink it home.
No, but I did think the soy sauce was weird.
Oh, you son of a bitch. I never knew a play back. I plan to go up after a amazing steak to hang it. It's my whole life. What? Yeah, no, this is a ridiculous. Let's see, Hans, you're actually right. I'm going to get him in. Ladies and gentlemen, Hans Kemp and his ex-girlfriend, Paige. No, you're right. I took up a whole romantic comedy worth of time. I can only play guitar than the girl romance. It really is. We should do another episode of Show Tony once a week where it's just talking for an hour and a half. All right, everybody. I put a name on the Muppets. Your first comedian doing an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight. We don't know at all. Goes by the name of Jamie Gravy, everyone. Other people sign up for the show. Could be you. It could be somebody's first time. It could be a local legend. You never know what's going to happen at this party. Here comes Jamie Gravy, everyone. Here on Kill Tony, live in Austin, Texas. Hell yeah. Guys, I just had my first threesome. Thank you. I will admit it's a little overrated. It's a lot of work for threesomes. I think I'm firm on it. The best part about the threesome really is telling your friends. When you tell your friends, they all ask the same question. They're like, well, Jamie, was it a two-male threesome? Or two-female threesome? Well, that's very disrespectful to the third male. There's three dudes fucking. That's what it is. I'm straight, actually. I'm not going to brag about fucking all these sluts and shit. But, look, here's the thing. I'm an ally with the LGBT. I am. But it's getting to their head a little bit. LGBT was high school. That's the time they had it. Now it's LGBTQA+. I'm like, for God's sake, I'm not going to get a letter and piss somebody off. We can consolidate this. We make it longer. I figured it out. 3 easy letters. G-A-Y. Yay. Jamie Gravy has arrived in the Kill Tony universe. How's it going? Welcome. I appreciate it. How long have you been doing stand-up? Going on 6 years. Awesome. Where at? All of it here in Texas? Yeah, mainly I started in Dallas, so that's where I'm at. Very cool. We're here now, man. Oh, yeah. How long have you lived in Austin? A week. Yeah. Wow. Hell yeah. They have HEB. They have HEB up in Dallas. Oh, they got HEB. Heck yeah. So you're just changing locations. Yeah, pretty much. It's the same. Absolutely. Slightly more. What do you like about Austin that doesn't have a lot happening? Man, I don't know. I think just the artistic,
everybody just seems to really enjoy. Everybody's trying new shit, experimenting.
You're a great comedian. You look like I met a guy that can freestyle rap. I don't know if you can or not.
I wish I could.
It looks like you can.
I'm way too white for the category.
It seems like, but I mean, it seems like you would be one of those way too white rappers. You know what I mean? It seems like every rap would start with, well, look, it's but anyway.
Yeah, maybe like a bar. I can't even imagine the person with the bar. You want my social too? Oh, by the way. No, it's a stage name.
What made you go with JD Grady?
So my last name is Rabbi, right? And people just kept pronouncing it incorrectly. The open mics, they were adding like D's on it, Rabbi and shit. And I'm not fucking not true. It's just Rabbi. The name just sounds. So it's like Gravy's a better name. Primary school name. So just go by that. Yeah, that's the D thing. It works.
How old are you?
32.
What do you do for work?
That's it, baby.
You just do stand-up comedy. Survive, okay. I love it. What's your living situation?
I live with 3 other comedians, so yeah, fucking shout out to the bag of that big thing. You know,
Hell yeah.
we're actually doing that.
Okay.
You would think, you know, not a lot of tips in the jar on that.
What's a fun fact about your life that would surprise us, Jamie Gravy?
I've been arrested.
Whoa, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I was robbing houses when I was 18, so that was cool. Don't do that. And, you know, you're just an asshole in high school. So I just kind of doing it all, doing drugs, and just like thinking you're a fucking child.
Oxycontin. How deep did you go down the oxy addiction?
I never shot up. But just back in the day when you could break it up and still snort them, but now they changed it. It's a whole. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's an ethical thing.
There you go. For those of you that are heroin addiction, we hear wow. Our mentors slow down. Our senior bottom of the barrel correspondent. Your mentor on the scene. So we have somebody here deep in an oxy. You see this in the Congo region. No, I'm not. You're right. That's right. Absolutely. What's your favorite thing that you've done in your comedy career? Coolest gig that you've had? I know last night at the BMAs, Conor McGregor tried to attack you. Yeah, I know. Water gun. Just like the picture, you could get one. Yeah. That was probably what? I got my first book recently. That was in the okay. Yeah, what happened? What part of the joke was it? I don't know what it was. It was just a communication. Things going. I was going all right. I don't know. I've been in fucking three and this fucking started. I couldn't stop the shit. Yeah. That was soul crushing. Damn. Kansas City. Why do you think it went that way? Were they booing other people? No. Is this a white audience? No, it was a black audience. And you're out there doing jokes about banging multiple dudes. Yeah, the whole thing. They don't like that shit. It's a bunch of different letters. They don't fuck with all that. The whole thing. They don't like that. Yeah, they like fucking hard-hitting shit. Yeah. What did you say, motherfucker? I'm better than booze. All black would make it better than just booze. Yo, fuck you! Oh, yeah. I know what it's like. I killed in black rooms, but I've seen, like, you'd be surprised. They just have their own time pretty quickly, you know. Black comedians have trouble in a lot of black rooms. That's a weird thing. You know, in Atlanta, they used to do a thing called trees, where the whole audience brings their keys, like a key ring, and the comedian starts to not entertain you at all. These are all black shows. You jingle your keys in your hand like that, so it starts with like one person jingling their keys, and then it grows. Like there's times where people fucking fail, and the whole audience just fucking swinging their keys, and it creates this insane noise. That's how cool. Like when I talk about like black hecklers, like that's how cool that whole scale. Tyrone. Yeah. I feel you. Yeah. That's got a jingle to it. It really does. Jamie, I love it, man. Fun times tonight. Good set. Nice meeting you, dude. Yeah. Funny again, too. Absolutely. There he goes. The Kill Tony. Jamie. Son of a fucking bitch. Love it. I don't really care. It's a joke, bro. Here he is. Here's Jamie Gravy, everybody. Ready? Your next comedian goes by the name of Clemente Villegas, everybody. Clemente Villegas. The bucket of destiny is stupid. Here comes Clemente Villegas, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely a Still Tony debut. I would remember that name. Here he is. Here he is, Clemente.
Tell by looking at it, but I have mixed white mother, Mexican father. There's a lot of people out there I know because I look like an evil Mario brother. I get the best of both worlds. You know, being mixed, I'm white, so I got to go to summer camp a lot as a kid. You know, but I'm brown, so sometimes it was immigration camp. But I'm brown, so I work really hard. You know, but I'm white, so I'm mad myself stealing jobs. My name's Clemente, very Mexican sounding name. You know, I sound like a Mexican explorer. But I'm white, so if we're trying to stop Mexicans from exploring, it's a lot. It's tough. I am dating a black woman. First guy she dated outside of her race. She flashed like that because the joke's on her. I have a black guy's credit score. We have cute nicknames for each other, you know. Like when I got
Okay.
Thank you.
Rates hard on that one. Clemente. Welcome to the show, Clemente.
Thank you.
How long have you been doing comedy?
4 years.
4 years. All the way here in Texas.
Yes, I just moved to
Where?
from Amarillo, Texas.
Ooh. Why did
Some people know it.
No, that's your hometown.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Madness, you made a lot of noise on that Amarillo too. Is that just you just thought it was interesting. See, basically everywhere is Amarillo when you're Madness. Doesn't really matter what the name of the place. Logic created yeah.
So,
Actually, still live there. Well, not some of the younger guys.
Dave, we're not allowed to record.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, it's a live comedy thing. We lost it. No, I don't have to. No, because the comedians can still record their own set. They don't have to Clemente, let's find out more about you. What the fuck? What do you do for work?
I work at a bank.
Okay, what do you do at the bank?
Just like open accounts. I just got the job, so I just started training.
I was thinking if you were going to drive something for you, can I help you with the bank?
Yeah.
That is true.
They tried to break it to me, but Chase wasn't here for long, so I never bailed now.
Chase didn't hire me, so. Happy State. Can I say that?
Yeah, there you go. There's a lot of editor in the back. So just chopping the film and reattaching it. Cut that.
Shit.
I love it. Clemente, what's your living situation? You moved out of the house with the whole family and everything, and now you live by yourself for the first time in your life?
Well, I never left the hometown, so technically that's true. But just me and my girlfriend got a place.
Oh, okay. This month.
Yes, I'm actually, exactly like a month ago.
How long you been with this girl?
2 years.
What does she do?
She is a server at the Fairmont. Sounds like a fancy place.
Why do you keep naming all the businesses here?
I don't know. I should stop.
Is there anyone else you want to box on the show?
My social is...
Clemente, you have any special skills or talents other than stand-up comedy? Is she like the kind of guy that knows how to boat or something like that? You take people out on gondola rides or anything like that? You're so perfectly half Mexican and half white that you are Italian, by the way.
I did just get a paddleboard, so that's exciting.
I picture you as the guy in one of those paddle ducks. You know what I mean? I can see you, you ever taken one of the big ducks out for a ride? So what were you saying? Would you have, other than the paddleboard, what else do you into?
I was doing jiu-jitsu before I moved off, so now I can't afford to do jiu-jitsu, but, I know.
I love it. You go out for fun, you do things at nighttime?
A lot of bikes, trying to get fun.
Other than like comedy, anything interesting about you whatsoever? Like anything we should know about your entire life? You have a big family?
I have a big family. They're mostly in El Paso.
Do you have any weird medical pre-existing conditions?
Yeah.
What do you have?
I have a massive hypothalamus, not cancerous. So.
Wow. Is it growing? Is it getting bigger?
I haven't checked in like 5 years.
Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely. 100%. Well, Clemente, sometimes not getting much out of you. What do you guys think about Clemente's jokes? Talk a lot about being mixed, half white, guessing your dad's the Mexican at least, right? Okay. What did he do? How did him and your mom meet?
He was just like in the military, and he ran away.
Wow. She's a nurse, and she's like, she needs that brain somewhere alone.
But she's not like a brain surgeon, you know.
She kind of knows one. She's not vaccinated.
No.
That's an interesting thing happening. A lot of nurses not getting vaccinated. Very interesting thing to keep an eye on. Have you talked to her about this?
Oh yeah, she's like super like
Those nurses see what actually happens there on the front lines, huh?
yeah, well, she's also like not like a common nurse. She's done a lot like allergies. The nurse.
Surprised so many nurses are not common nurses anymore. But yeah, you really don't. A lot of them are simply not working right now. It's crazy times. Again, I just spent the weekend in LA, and that place was wow. It's really wild. It was amazing. I don't know. You guys still live there, right? Yeah. So that all seems normal, and it's really crazy. You don't leave your house. Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about the homeless. I'm talking about the people in the audience close together. Not screwing up. You don't have a mask, I think it's right. You can take it off. Just on and off. The comedy store, they always have a mask on. The comedy store, everybody should take it off. Yeah, and none of it makes sense. This guy is still up here. Clemente, thank you so much for coming on. Your Cody debut. Here you go. It's a joke from Bonsai. Custom made leather joke. How exciting. They smell great. Adrian Cavazzo is a local artist, makes real leather and makes good. Your next comedian is William Ray, everybody. 60 seconds for William Ray. Check that out. Cool, right? Real. Great joke. Oh, I love this. Sing it, Kyle. You got this. He's got a minute. All right, here he is, William Ray, everybody. I was looking at myself today. And you ever see those watching? Yeah. That one really stuck up on me. But hey, man, it's what it is. You know? Okay, right guy. I'm not mad about it. And even if I were, what am I going to do? Go out there and try to cancel clowns? Could you imagine if I like started a protest and was like, all clowns can be canceled? I can defend them in Philly. They have been silently mocking me for years. Don't think I haven't noticed that shit. If I went through with that, though, I'm not saying it would work, but it certainly wouldn't help the clown's case as the most famous member of their entire tribe raped and murdered my followers. William Ray, everybody. Closing with confidence. I love it. This looks like a guy that has, up until this point, exclusively only performed at prison. Like a reverse Wilson Bridges. Like Jimmy Brady's oxymoron. If I went through with that, though, can you imagine if I like started a protest and was like, all clowns can be fucking go out there and try to kill some clowns. Can you imagine if I like started a protest and was like, all clowns should be canceled? I can offend you with the doing. They have been silently mocking me for years. Don't think I haven't noticed that shit. If I went through with that though, I'm not saying it would work, but it certainly wouldn't help the clown's case as the most famous member of their entire tribe raped and murdered a bunch of their boys. William Ray, everybody. Closing with confidence. I love it. This looks like a guy that has, up until this point, exclusively only performed at prisons. It's like a reverse Folsom prison. Like Jimmy Reeves Watson. It is. You are a character, man. You're like Stone Cold Steve's Austin. William, were you on one of the shows when we first got here? I feel like I sort of remember you. Or maybe you're the guy that's been hiding under my bed since I was a kid.
Yeah, I was at the other place. I played with the next guitar.
Wow. You look like every kiss drawing everywhere. You can just use those like headshots. Like, hey, I always use like page to other clowns. Yeah, I was waiting for you to clowns for this channel. Yeah. You do clown shit or something? Like the whole thing, or the whole time I was waiting for you to be like, this is why I have this, and like put on a red nose.
No, I just don't cancel clowns.
Almost canceling clowns? Yeah, it's wild. This guy's fucking built like me, but he's got the head of a fucking criminal. Incredible.
That was the car store to be scared. It's not going to change. I heard it from that National Rothschild'S.
That's what it would be like. I mean,
He didn't have a good team this Friday.
Yeah, but it just
What do you do for work, William Ray? Hardwood floor specialist, absolutely. And he also plays the organ and haunted houses. You can catch him every day playing the organ at every haunted house. You have like one suit that you have just in case you ever need to have a suit? You don't even own a suit? If you had to dress up, if someone's like, William, I know this is crazy, I've never been to anything I work with you before, but we have this big dinner at the bar. I need to take you. We gotta dress up as good as we can. What would you wear?
I would go buy it.
Where would you go? Do you even know where you would go?
Oh, I have to look it up.
How old are you? How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my fourth.
Wow, I love that. I want to hammer this guy. The balls on this guy. What made you want to start stand-up now at this part of your life? What happened?
I gotta be honest with you. This show.
Really? They let you listen to this in jail? Have you been to jail? Are the things right about all of this? Hell yeah. What was it for? What'd you do? It seems like you must have headed somebody that doesn't just look at you petty murder, you know. Something with a weapon, right? Armed or something.
My first choice was self-defense.
Well, yeah. So was a deadly weapon. What happened there? Did the guy like try to take your
Stop with the Asian kids.
Stop with the Asian jokes, Kurt. Jesus. It was 5. I know this is your first time with me, but it was 4 months ago. I 2. Wow, Reservoir Dogs, new movie out in theaters. Yeah, that's the song of the year is Cult of Personality. And you're out there. What do you look like that? Not the same haircut, am I correct?
No, I have like Anthony Kiedis.
Yeah, what? Anthony Kiedis. Oh, okay. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. What were you doing for work back then? You were working at a guitar shop or something like that?
No, I was reaching off my
Oh, okay. Living that Hans Kim lifestyle out there. Love it. All right, so you're at the Denny's, and then what happens? Next day, I'm sorry, sir, we're out of food over Miami. Okay, then what happens? You're at the Denny's.
the kid. He was my friend. We were together since
And you were
real stuff. And then he was just being an idiot.
your friend.
Yeah. And I'm not talking about the shit out of trying to get girls.
And at the Denny's. Yeah, you're still in the Denny's.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Are you at his table? You're in a booth?
Yeah.
Sitting across from your friend. Now, just let us know what types of asshole things was he doing, yelling at other tables?
Yeah. All that real loud.
And you're like, dude, I'm trying to bitches, man. I got my rock and roll hair. It's 1992. Let's have some fun. You doing drugs at the time? Okay, just drunk. Right.
Yeah. Just drinking. Yeah.
Okay. So he's acting a fool, and then what happens?
I was like,
What up, baby? Taking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods? Oh boy. Okay, what's going on? Yeah. Okay, so I heard you talk about Mashiach. Then what? Yeah, it still hasn't been done publicly, and it can't even really be necessarily done until we know the exact location of um the Beit Hamikdash, the third temple. It has to be done facing the front door of the third temple, and since that doesn't even exist, then it's really not something that is practical. I mean, if you had like the blueprint, okay, then you could do it, but the area in the of the Mount of Olives would have to be um, basically um, not sure what's the word for which I'm looking. Um, Purified, and then also ensure that it's done in the right location, meaning orientation. There would, I mean, there would be like a big tire um, full of like different types of wood, including like cedar wood. I mean, that all would be on video. You couldn't just do this like secretly. And then on top of that, then from there you'd have Cohens, who would be splashing water on people. Like that would be a public event. People would know about that. Oh, blueprint's done. Blueprint's done. It's the Temple Institute, but um, that's going to take some time to build. Obviously, once the Dome of the Rock and Al Aqsa Mosque are either removed or destroyed or whatever happens with that, and yeah, this is an excellent question. So the prophecy can be very vague, and I mean, we believe that prophecy essentially ceased at the end of the Second Temple period. Um, I can tell you, I've asked about it. I asked rabbinical colleagues about it, and I remember them saying there's going to be a very big war. And exactly, and this was years ago. This is like maybe 6 or 7 years ago that I remember that. And then I also recall um, like some different cities that were mentioned that would be perhaps targeted. I mean, it's really not a secret anymore, the Greater Israel Plan. And yeah, well, I mean, the goal is world domination. And if that freaks people out, it shouldn't. Every civilization that's ever existed has wanted world domination, whether it's the British Empire, the Roman Empire, the Mongolian Empire, the Japanese Empire, the Chinese Empire, the United States Empire. Every civilization has always wanted to eventually have every control over the entire world. That isn't something that is to be surprised. Now, what shouldn't scare, I mean, that could be scary to people. I absolutely understand that, especially when you get some very far um, leaning individuals, especially within some of the different movements that basically say, everybody's going to be enslaved, we're going to rape everybody, and all of these things. That's the beauty of Mashiach. Is Mashiach is supposed to bring the world together as a leader and to usher in a period of peace, also to revivify the dead, to build the third temple, to rebuild the second temple, to essentially clarify who there are some really gray areas in terms of who is a Jew, especially in Israel. Right now, of Israel, about 20% of Israel is like Muslim or Christian. And so that means 80% on their ID it says Jew. However, of that 80%, only about 40% of them, 40 to 50%, are actually halakhically Jewish, meaning they can get married in an Orthodox shul or temple, Orthodox, not temple, synagogue. Um, and so those who cannot have to go to a place like Cyprus and get married. And so that means of Israel, it's actually not a Jewish, halakhically Jewish majority country. And that's hard for a lot of Israelis to swallow when they fall in love with someone and they're not able to get married in a Jewish ceremony. And um, so Mashiach's supposed to figure those things out and supposed to bring in the exiled nations. And we look to that period of time. Uh, there's some specifics that are given about who he will be. He will be of the line of not be like a demigod or any. He'll be a real person, but an incredibly intelligent, an excellent leader, um, well versed in Holocaust Jewish law. Um, and when he emerges, the whole world is supposed to know. So someone like people throw out names like Benjamin Netanyahu does not qualify. He's not an Orthodox leader. He's not a rabbi. Uh, Donald Trump, again, not even Jewish. Um, there are arguments to be made that there is a Mashiach in every generation, and so there are some people who say that the like Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Rebbe who died in 1994, that he June 12th, 1994, something like that, that he was a Mashiach for his era. Um, some people have said the same about going back to antiquity to Bar Kokhba, but really it's pretty simple, so to speak, who Mashiach will be. The whole world, because I've asked this question, the whole world will recognize him when he emerges. He will be of the Davidic line, be a great Torah leader. He will be the person to rebuild or re-rebuild the fate of Migdash. So the person who leads that will be that individual. Um, will be someone who helps to build peace amongst the nations. Will be a huge advocate for peace, and that person has not emerged yet. Yeah. So, um, well, I'll give you the Halakhic or Jewish version, and then what I actually think probably is more accurate or could have been more accurate, which is not accepted within mainstream Judaism by any means. But I think it's practical and it helps to bridge a gap. Okay, so a major issue occurs with his lineage when his mother says that she's impregnated by God. When that causes all kinds of issues within Judaism because we need to know who the father is. It tells us what tribe he's from, and also if uh, this is a prohibited relationship, then there are issues that occur and they can be brought before based in a judicial court or then the Sanhedrin. Basically, we need to be able to trace this person's lineage, and that's not able to be done when she says that she was basically impregnated by God, so to speak. So that causes a lot of issues. A lot of other issues, and I can say that, like for instance, the stories that are given of the Nazarene flipping tables in the temple due to essentially taxation that caused issues. Certainly, issues with interaction with the dead, or perhaps also just preaching that they are um, something aside from being fully human. Now, you've got to understand, and I think you do, that the Nazarene never wrote anything down, nor did anyone who ever met him. These were only people later on, like he died. I think the I think the uh, historically he it's referenced that he died approximately 33 in the Common Era, but perhaps as early as 29 of the Common Era. Okay, and the first people to write on the um, on the on his life were, well, I should say none of the Gospels. He never met anybody from the Gospels. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. He never met them, to my knowledge. Now, again, you go to a Christian theologian on this, but um, from what I understand, John is the earliest written gospel, even though it's not first, like theoretically or historically, that's what historians state. And that happened around 69 of the Common Era, so like 40 years later. And so, um, uh, well, well, there's an, I mean, there are arguments to be made that he never existed. I'm not saying that those are true. I'm just saying that those are some arguments that are made. Um, I am someone who I mean, he's written about in the Talmud. At least there are references of um, perhaps someone like him in our ancient writings. However, it's not specific, so there could have been other people with his name. Um, I can say that the idea that he uh, said that he was the Son of God and said that he was uh, God incarnate and all of that stuff that happens within Christianity, he never said any of that stuff. Or I shouldn't say, we don't have a direct writing of him saying that stuff. That's people later on, and then even like editing in the Nice Council of Nicaea, like 200 or 300 years later. So basically, a lot of the texts have been altered. Now, well, yeah. Um, well, so as I understand, he was seen as an enemy to the Roman government, and especially at that time, um, Pontius Pilate, who was the local uh, governor of the area, um, felt that he was a threat, and so did the Roman governorship as well. And so they got and and so basically they went to the Sanhedrin and said, "Is this your guy?" And we're like, "No, that's not our guy. We don't have anything to do with that guy." And they're like, "All right, well, this person's basically a threat to our authority, and you can't do that, and so we're gonna kill him." And the Sanhedrin is like, you do you. Crucifixion is not an approved of capital punishment within Judaism. So when people say Jews killed the Nazarene, I mean, if it were stoning, if it were one of it, that's true, and because he was basically preaching, at least according to the gospel, preaching in uh, direct contradiction to what we believe, and he felt here's so I really empathize with him because he didn't write any of this stuff down, so we don't necessarily know. Now, what do I think happened as a scientist? This is a wild theory, and I don't really hear anybody talk about it, but it's a theory that I think makes sense. I really do. Whether this is true or not, I could be wrong, but since the dawn of time, we've had alien abductions, and this is something that has gone on at least from if you go into like Bob Lazar and the writings that he had discussed and being a whistleblower that he read from the government that basically humans were seated here on Earth and aliens have been doing abductions for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. And at least 64 major DNA alterations have been made to the human race. And, and in addition to that, there has been some aspect of um, artificial insemination with some hybrid beings. Um, Pardon me? Yes, they do. Absolutely. And so, again, I don't know what happened, right? No, no. It's more like an all powerful, omnipresent being, but not like an individual in any way. The closest thing that we would get is like an angel. Angel simply in Hebrew means messenger. And so, if anything, perhaps there might be arguments to be made that messengers from above, but within Tanakh, Torah, uh, the prophets or other writings don't address any type of distinct extraterrestrial beings. However, that doesn't mean that this scientifically wasn't happening. It hasn't happened since the dawn of time. And if you had a woman, I think Mary is whose name means bitterness in Hebrew. Basically, if she one day just said that she was impregnated, how are you as an ancient people going to interpret that? And we know that this happens. Like there are alien abductees who say I was impregnated, I don't know how, or that they took my baby and then I later on was re-abducted and I saw this child in some kind of like test tube or something or whatever. But we know that this happens. Uh, it's very difficult to prove though. But if it happened to a 13-year-old girl in those ancient Levant, what would we do as a people? We would say that that person's bonkers. Like we'd be like, look, that's just not something that happens. That's really difficult to prove, et cetera, et cetera. And the only thing that she might be able to say is that I was impregnated by something I can't explain, and that might eventually be twisted into being God. And really, how else would you describe it? Uh, they're just they're extra uh, intelligent beings. God is a different situation, but I understand what you're saying. Oh, exactly, 100%. And so, right. And after the birth story and the manger and everything, there's not a lot on Mary. I mean, I'm not an expert in the Gospels, but basically, she kind of takes a step back, and I think it's maybe there at Calvary, basically. Um, yeah, but like, there's not like stories that are at least in the Gospels that are like the Nazarene's first steps, the Nazarene's first baseball game. There's nothing like that. And it's understandable that that ancient texts are not necessarily history books either. Um, but so if you want to ask me what happened, I don't think that you can rule that out. And if that took place, then basically both sides, or even all three sides, the Romans, the Jews, and whatever would become the Christians, all have a legitimate argument. The Romans have a legitimate argument that, hey, this guy was basically unifying people to start either some type of revolution or uprising. We just conquered the land and we're getting rid of all leaders who are doing anything like this. And he's been rejected by his tribe. So basically, he's an outcast. The Jews would say, look, we can't prove this person's legitimacy, and also we can't prove their lineage. So we don't know who this person is, and they are essentially are making arguments. If you take gospels to be, for lack of a better term, gospel, um, he's rejecting the teachings of uh, really our sages and calling himself a rabbi or being led around like a rabbi. And perhaps he studied in the house of Hillel, but we don't know for sure. But basically, he's taking our teachings and manipulating them and rejecting them, basically, and this has become a threat. Or you have what his disciples would eventually learn, which would be, hey, he had some kind of vision or had some kind of special birth that occurred that makes and really has a unique take on how to live your life. And we don't necessarily need the law anymore, that he's taking the place for it and he's prophesizing perhaps that he's going to die and all these other things. Why can't all three be true? I don't see that they necessarily could be. Now, do I think he was God? No, I don't. That's just not something that. Uh, hold on. I do believe in resurrection of the dead, but not in that case. I think you need science to talk, and we can get to that. In his terms, okay, so you're telling me that he died on Good Friday and rose on a Sunday, and he's God? So there was no God in the universe for 3 days? Wait. If you want to get down into that, then there's the Trinity and the whole thing that three and one, he's all. No, this gets into how can something be three things and one thing at the same time? But what I'm saying is this, and this is the simplest answer to the rejection of the Nazarene that I've ever heard as a Jew. The Nazarene died, right? Yeah. You can't kill God. You, it says he was crucified, died, and was buried. And on the third day, he rose again. No, it said died. It didn't say went dormant. It didn't say was playing hide and go seek. It said crucified, died, and was buried. Well, so the argument is this: you can't kill God. All right, that's just that's just not something that. Well, and then you get into like the different Christianity beliefs. Some of them, I believe Roman Catholics believe that he was 100% God and 100% the Son and 100% the Holy Spirit all at the same time. Okay, so wait, but that's not an argument that I get into because I'm not Christian, and that's between Christians and Protestants, and however they want to work that out. But what I'm saying is, there's not a unified front on this. Within Judaism, there is, and it's you can't kill God, and so this guy is just a guy. Now, who he was, we don't know. Okay, fine. But he what? Yeah, he's going to be a human and he will die. Well, so he's going to usher in, not necessarily die. He's going to usher in a new age where we may be able to escape death. And the big thing is he's supposed to resurrect the dead. And so, what does that mean? So there's a we believe there's traditional orthodoxy that there's a bone in the body. It's called the loose bone. It's basically your tailbone. It's like the hardest bone in your body. It's the last thing to basically decompose, and it's one of the big reasons why we avoid at all costs cremation within Judaism because we feel Mashiach's going to come back and use that bone to revivify all of the dead. And how do we think that's going to happen? I mean, that's for Mashiach to figure out. But scientifically, we could do this. Basically, if we get that person's DNA, we can clone them, and then there may be ways to perhaps either reinsert their previous memories or, um, I mean, with anything, perhaps time travel is a possibility. I'm not saying with Mashiach so much, but in the future, you never know. What No, no, 100% human. He's just going to be a really great leader. And so basically, yeah, basically just extremely intelligent and would be able to utilize things like life extension technology and mind uploading tech. Well, no, we still die in that age. What we're talking about is being able what we're talking about is being able to escape death, and nobody currently can do that we know. Of. And so that's correct. Yeah, no, I agree with you. And much of this clandestine technology may be brought to light someday. And if and when it is, then there's an argument to be made that perhaps Mashiach will utilize that to not only revivify the dead, bring back the dead, but also find a way to avoid um, death altogether. And that person, I mean, that's what we think is going to happen. Uh, that person, we're going to, right, right. I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, what is the soul? Okay, I mean, I don't think anybody knows. I can tell you how I define it from a scientific perspective. And it's essentially your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, which incorporates all of your memories. And what I'm talking about is basically everything that is non physical of your body, I consider that to be the soul. That's the best scientific argument I can make for it. What are your thoughts? Let- let's look into this just for a moment. So, Eon Systems has achieved a breakthrough by creating the first fully embodied full brain emulation of a fruit fly, where a digital model of the fly's brain comprising of 125,000 neurons and 50 million synaptic connections was connected to a physics simulated body and began exhibiting natural behaviors like walking, grooming, and feeding without training and reinforcement learning. This milestone, based on the flywire connectomy, marks the first multi-behavior brain upload and demonstrates that a biological brain's wiring can drive autonomous features or can drive autonomous behavior in a digital body. The model achieved 91% behavioral accuracy and is built using a simple leaky integrate and fire neuron models running in the Lujoko physics engine. Okay, so I get this. Now, what are you saying about this being so just GB, just one moment. Apologies. Just one moment. I'll be there in just a second. Okay, I'm back. So you're saying this is the soul? No, no, it's 90%. That's true. Okay, but that's just like autonomous action, is it not? I mean, it really comes down to, in my opinion, what do we consider to be a soul? And I personally quantify that to be the peripheral and central nervous system of an individual. All of the electric, um, all of the electric um, impulses, the memories, the things that give somebody a personality. I quantify that as the soul. If you want to say it's something else, it's like a ghost or something. Okay, I just don't have any evidence of that. So, but what I agree, and that's why I'm saying that's what I consider to be the soul. Is and so perhaps okay. So if we had, let's say, we had a little old lady, and we were able to map her brain and upload her central nervous system and peripheral nervous system into a computer, and then we were able to clone her and artificially age her to be the exact same age, and then transferred her memory and her central nervous system and her peripheral nervous system into little old lady B. I think that we would say that was a transfer of her soul, would we not? No, I'm saying that you won't. If you can do it, hold on. If you can do it and not lose anything, 100%, then that would seemingly be a perfect soul transfer. I agree. That's part of it. Is you would just awake and you would be like, oh, what happened? What happened? What well, exactly. I mean, you could make her however old you want, but I'm saying that for based on simplicity. But you could just make her, a young woman, and or 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 you could make her a male, or you could make her a dog. You could do all of those things. Well, that becomes a transhuman. Then we move out of Homo sapien into a new type of species. What did you say? Yeah, and I think that there will perhaps be legislation that's passed. This is a major issue that occurs, especially within teleportation arguments. That if you were to teleport from one location to another, do you have to kill the first one? And you do. You basically have to consensually consensually kill the first person to have them transferred to the second location. Because if you don't, you'll have two versions of them. No, so long as it's done with perfect accuracy, then it's fine. Well, that's certainly a concern. Another major concern is something called gray goo, where essentially AI begins to self-replicate and replicates to the point where it creates this goo, like you can imagine, like in Terminator, and it can just be whatever it wants and takes over the earth. Exactly. Exactly. But getting back to Mashiach, these are questions for Mashiach to be able to figure out when it comes to soul. And I mean, that's what we say within Judaism. I mean, which is basically kicking the can down the road, so to speak, that we don't have the answers for this. But in terms of the current war that's going on, um, this is something that there's Gog and Magog and basically the end times that have been prophesied in a lot of different belief traditions. And if I hadn't said that I hadn't asked about this in the past and been told that there would be a very big war and it would be like anticipated that this would be how it would be, I would, not be telling the truth. And I can also say the greater Israel is something that is, I would say, probably by 2049 or so, will be a reality. Yeah. Well, so I mean, this has been prophesied with Albert Pike. It was prophesied with Werner von Braun. These are not like new ideas. And then there's also what's supposed to happen, which I'm awaiting, and I think you and I have talked about before, is Operation Bluebeam, where there's a fake alien invasion that essentially ushers in a Mashiach-like figure. And enlighten me, I know the name. Right. On March 3rd. We're taking it the blood moon. Yeah. Um, Look, I'm certainly not a prophet, and I've been wrong a lot in the past. But I would say that the the third temple, I think, is being pushed to be built before 2049, definitely before 2069. And the reason why I named those two, actually 2048, the reason why I named those two dates, it'll be the 100th anniversary of the creation of the modern state of Israel on May 14th, 2048. And there's a push for that. Then also, if it's not done by then, which I do think it will be done by then, to be done before 2069, um, it'll be the 2000th anniversary of the fall of the previous temple. And some people equate it to 70. We within Judaism say 69, but basically in and around those times. And so if you're looking for prophecies, those are probably two pretty good predictions. And go ahead. And as for Operation Bluebeam, or Project Bluebeam, I should say, um, I think that's going to happen. I think that perhaps voice of God weapons may be used that force people to, basically um, react in one way or another. Um, Although I don't know for sure. I mean, we just see what Israel has, and even what the United States has, where they're tracking people with their dental uh, implants, and they're like Israel had this one. There's like a documentary about this. They had this one poison that they just had to spray near somebody's ear, and it poisoned them. And then, oh, okay, there you go. And then they had the antidote on it. Um, And I mean, you look at these beepers, like there's, and that's just what Israel's using. It doesn't mean that the CIA doesn't have all kinds of interesting shit like that as well. They're just not using it because of whatever reason, and going along with MI5 or MI6. Um, there's a lot of really interesting shit out there, and especially in terms of voice of God weapons, we haven't even. I mean, like we saw Havana syndrome to some extent, like maybe like 5 years or so or whatever. Um, and but if you wanted my prediction, again, I've been wrong, and I've talked to you about predictions. I've been wrong, and I've had to fess up to them. That or not fess up to them. I just telling the truth. This is what I would predict would happen, and it doesn't always come true. Um, but at least for the rebuilding of the Beit Hamikdash, the second rebuilding the second temple, the third temple, you're looking at a timeline of 30 years or less, and 50 years at the most. Yeah, 50 years or so at the most. And that means it's going to be in your lifetime. And then what happens? That's an excellent question that we all ask ourselves, especially within Orthodox Judaism. Um, the world doesn't end. It's just issue, ushers in a new epoch. So basically, like we think the world could like refresh itself basically every 6,000 years, and um, our calendar within Orthodox Judaism, like right now, it's 5,786. But basically, we're coming up on that 6,000th date, and then from there, there are arguments to be made that we will escape death, that we will be able to revivify the dead, that we will live in a world of peace and harmony, but not overnight. And also, there are some things that Mashiach's not supposed to do, which is like um, create a new Torah. That's not supposed to happen. He's supposed to be extremely uh, stringent on the previous Torah, and some other things like revivification of the dead, um, reuniting of the nations, the 12 tribes, restarting the sacrifices, and what? Just one moment. I'll answer the question. Just one moment. I have to adjust your news devices. Okay, go ahead, GB. Yeah, the, your guess is as good as mine. They've been spread to the air like dust to the wind. But um, if I had to, there are some interesting arguments to be made that there is a Japanese contingent. Certainly, there's a Chinese contingent. Certainly, there's an Indian contingent. I've heard the British, which includes that Irish bloodline. Um, I have heard some African arguments, so that's five. I've heard perhaps some Eastern European, even in like the Caspian Sea region. Um, And I've even heard some arguments. I mean, these aren't certainly mainstream, but that there's an argument to be made of indigenous people in the Americas. That somehow, some way, there was some connection to be made there. Now, look, I mean, that's very romantic to say. Truthfully, we as Jews can't even correctly trace the lineage that we have of ourselves. The people who say they're Kohanim, there's less than 1 in a billion chance that they really are, because to be a Kohanim is the is really difficult, especially considering like your mother cannot have had a forbidden relationship, or else you are no longer seen as a valid Cohen. And those forbidden relationships would be like having intercourse with a non-Jew. Another thing would be like there was a lot of rape and a lot of forced. You also can't come from a convert. So, and there were a lot of forced conversions. So basically, the people who are in shul now today who say they're Kohanim, we go along with it because it's tradition. But there's an argument to be made that when Mashiach comes, he'll be able to clear all of that up. And there are arguments to be made. Well, the Kohanic bloodline, if you can trace it from a DNA standpoint, but it's not really specific. It doesn't come directly from Aaron, which is that's who started the Kohanic bloodline. It just says that they had one common ancestor from a general region of the Levant, but that's it. It's not like we can trace it to one person and we say this is Aaron and this is where the Kohanic bloodline started, and you can trace yourself back from that. So really, there's about a 1 in a billion, but I've even seen it at 1 in a trillion. That just because through the generation, you have to have about 200 perfect generations, and you're going to have a convert in there, or like a Cohen cannot marry a divorcee, he can't marry a convert. That just has happened. Or there are arguments to be made that he can't, the woman that he has relations with to be his wife can't have relations with a non-Jew, or um, certain types of like incestual um, uh, relationships. And when you're in a small town, a shtetl, or a small tribe, I mean, things happen. Um, so that and that wouldn't be publicized. So the argument that any Kohanim really exist, I mean, I've seen it argued that they're extinct, and we just go along with it, and that's fine. Um, there are other arguments to be made that you may have someone with the last name Cohen who thinks that they're Cohen, but that's just because when they moved to the United States, their grandfather didn't like his last name and liked the name Cohen and changed it. I mean, it's like there are a lot of arguments for what can happen. So, um, uh, yeah, yeah. So this goes back to a story of uh, King Balul of the Khazarian um, dynasty, or civilization, which is basically area between like the Caspian Sea and Kazakhstan. And essentially, he was brought the three major religions. The first was Islam, the second was Christianity, the third was Judaism. And he chose, and there was maybe an argument to be made of a mass conversion that occurred around the year 800 or so. Um, and the reason why he chose was Judaism was the only religion, when he was given the arguments, that had its entire people were made aware of the religion at Sinai. Like that would be millions of people essentially, as opposed to Christianity, which was just within a small group of people in the Levant, and Islam, which is just a few people within like the sands of Arabia. It wasn't like a huge amount of people understood this, and so that was the argument that won him over. There are some arguments from a DNA standpoint that there's a lot of Central Asian DNA that arises within the Ashkenazi bloodline, especially within Eastern Europe. Um, I can tell you within shul or within Jewish communities, I've known rabbis to feel that this is legitimate. I've known rabbis to feel it's illegitimate. No one really knows. But that isn't to say that it's been dismissed or that it's hearsay or that it is debunked. I hate these words. Nothing is debunked in this world as far as I'm concerned. So we shouldn't even use that term. And so, what do I think? I think that there may be some credence to it, especially when you look at the DNA. But that doesn't necessarily mean that uh, any given group of Jews aren't necessarily legitimized. If you really look at the DNA of anyone, um, there's to say like, can you trace your you're according to Orthodoxy, you're a Jew one of two ways. You came from an Orthodox conversion, or your mother is a Jew, and you can trace that. Basically, the argument is all the way back to the Levant, and only about 1 in 32 Jews can actually do that. Most of us either at some point were forced into some type of um, conversion, or perhaps were um, converted for in some type of mass scale. It's been easier to convert to Judaism in the past during different times, just based on survival. Um, so, for people to say that the Rothschild family or any other family has usurped Judaism, I mean, what is it? What is it really? At the end of the day, it's an ethnocentrist belief system that hasn't had perfect. Oh, there you go. What GB? Hasn't had perfect um, uh, conclusive evidence as and just perfect lineage, and that's just not going to happen when you've been in exile for 2,000 years and you've had uh, major um, inquisitions and crusades and things that have essentially been able to destroy you as a people. So, all in all, do I think that there perhaps is Central Asian um, DNA in the Ashkenazi line? Absolutely, that's seen, that's proven. Do I think it could have happened from a mass conversion event? I think it could have, or at least a large group of people. Um, but do I think that it's all Ashkenazi people? No, just the DNA doesn't show that. And do I think that perhaps um, Sephardim are separate from this? Yeah, I do from a DNA standpoint. But that doesn't mean that every day you don't have Sephardic people and Ashkenazi people marrying. There aren't any prohibitions on it. And so then you have mixtures, and you don't have like one perfect Ashkenazi line. It's all been kind of intermixed. There's an argument to be made that we can trace ourselves to four women in like northern Italy about 2,000 years ago. But the argument can be made as well that perhaps uh, Ashkenazim expanded from there into Eastern Europe uh, within the last 1,500 years or so. So it is complicated, but overall, I would say that um, we're divided within Orthodoxy on that theory. And anyone who tells you that it has been debunked, well, I would just tell them that nothing has been debunked. I hope that helps. GB, can you hear me? GB, I can hear you. GB. Okay, GB, while you do that. Oh, there you go. Can you hear me, big man? GB. GB. Yo, GB, I'm here. Yo, could you hear me in there? No worries. Just all in all, just to conclude, um, we're split within the Orthodox world. I think there's some DNA evidence to show that there could have been some type of Khazarian conversion, um, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there was. I mean, like I can tell you, things change, especially with DNA tests, even though they're not necessarily done to prove who's a Jew or anything like that. Um, I know historians who, at one time, absolutely rejected the idea that Christopher Columbus was Jewish, and this was seen as a romanticized story, and it was there was no evidence of this. And then uh, those same historians have had to come back and say, no, actually, there's a lot of evidence that he was genetically, and um, and that's happened within the last 20 years. So, if anybody who says that the Khazarian theory is impossible, well, give it 20 years and something may change. Most certainly. And what'd you say? They're the same year, 1492. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Ferdinand and Isabella, after uniting the kingdom, um, that's the beginning of the Inquisition. Yeah. As I understand, well, he wasn't, to my knowledge, financed by Jews. He was financed by the Fugger family. Do you know the Fugger family? So if you're into this, then you should know about the Fugger family. They're not talking about. I actually taught a class on this last week. Um, the etymology of the word squat. So if there's not a real clear etymology to the word fuck, and everybody wants to know because it's used so often in English. Fuck, 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 fuck. But there isn't. It's a fringe theory, but I think there's a lot of evidence towards this that it related to this man named Jacob Jacob the Rich. His name is Jacob Huber, and he was a Roman Catholic um, uh, mine owner who basically made a lot of money in silver mines and um, timber. And he was so wealthy, he was considered in the 1500s to be the wealthiest person in the world. Uh, Literally, he built something. It's the oldest public housing development that still stands. It's called the Uber something in German. But basically, you can still live there today. you have to pay like $1.50 per year in rent, and you have to be Roman Catholic. Like those are the two things you can get on. If you're one of those two things, or if you're those two things, you can pay €1.50, and you're of that religion. You can live in this like it's like a apartment, like a really big apartment complex. Anyway, he was someone before or slightly after, I want to say the let me think of this other family. Just one moment. But the uh, not the he was around the time of the Medici's, but basically the Medici's eh, were like the papal bankers, and the Fuggers were like the Holy Roman Empire bankers, and so he is the person who allegedly, you don't see this much in history books, but he funded Christopher Columbus's expedition, and but like there's some things that Christopher Columbus, I forget what day he left, but it was, oh yeah, no, I do know what day he left. So it would be, I think the 10th of in our calendar, the 10th of, of the month of Av, whatever, of 1492, because there's just like a thing like we think traditionally that the temple fell on the 9th of Av, so you didn't want to leave on like such an expedition on such a bad day in the calendar. And like, if you were purely Roman Catholic, why would you care about that? But there are arguments to be made that Christopher Columbus at least was aware of this and delayed the start of that journey by one day. Whether this is true or not, I mean, yeah, it happened 500 years ago, but I've heard Jewish historians talk about this. But I've heard them also say that there was like a 5 to 10% chance that it was Jewish, basically very small. But then change 15 years later and have to republish a bunch of work saying that it's maybe 70 to 80% chance. So, um, in contrast to the idea of um, the Khazarian theory, um, these things change, and I can see the Khazarian theory change as well. Back to the Fuggers, which doesn't really have to do anything with Judaism, but I find it interesting that so the term fuck, there's not a really good like etymology to it. They say that it comes from like a German word like that may be mixed with some other term to mean to hit from like 800 years ago or whatever. And so, oh yeah, it was an established word in like 1300, but it wasn't used that much. It was only started to be used a lot once this guy Jacob Fugger, Jacob the Rich, became popular, and there would be poems written about him like this guy was so rich, like he was how rich was he? He was Fugger rich, and it became like Fucker rich. And it's almost like I even referenced this in the class that I taught on. It was just a YouTube class, but that like it's like the word Trump. Like the word Trump meant something before Donald Trump became popular. It meant to like top something or to like one up something or whatever. And but now if you say, oh, that's very Trump-like. It doesn't really mean that as much. It means, I mean, it can, but it also means to be like boastful and audacious and all kinds of other things. And in the same way, Fugger, this was a word that meant something, but then when he came around, people would, and this is documented, that like poets would write poetry on this, and authors would write stories about this. So anyway, I thought that was very interesting. But if you haven't looked into Jacob Fugger, you should. He basically controlled all of the silver mines of Europe from like around like 15 hundreds, 15 to 1600s, and also all the timber. Very interesting. Now, yeah, now that's an interesting one. If you look at all the Renaissance artwork, that's all Medici. They paid for all that. So, like, if you look at the Vatican and you look at like Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel or El Duomo in Florence, that's all Medici. And the reason why they got big is an invention called it's called double book accounting. Just a moment, something like that. Um, Medici double book accounting. So it's not that exactly. It's something like that. Double entry accounting. Double entry bookkeeping. So basically, I mean, it seems like really simple, but basically, it's the idea that you keep, for accounting purposes, to be specific, um, it is where every financial transaction is reported as both a debit and a credit to maintain balance. This method ensures that total debits equal total credits, providing a built-in error checking mechanism and clear, accurate picture of financial health. And Medici's the one who figured that out, and that's why they became really successful. Or does. So it makes it work around. Yeah, to non-Jews it is. Yeah. Yeah, there's a rule. It's from Leviticus that you can't charge interest to your fellow brother Jew. So we have what's called the Jewish Free Loan Society, where we have Jewish institutions that you can go to if you need a loan, and you can get the loan at no interest. But you can't do this at like your local JP Morgan Chase. But we do have Jewish free loan societies, and there are other free loan societies as well, even within Christianity and um, within Islam as well. That's right. That's true. I was listening to a space last night, and people were jumping on this Israeli ass about all kinds of things that she doesn't control, and why is the porn industry this way? Why it's like this woman is just living her life. She hasn't killed anybody. She's not doing anything. She's just basically born into this. And but you find a lot of accuracy in some of these things, but also a lot of inaccurate things, and it's difficult to sift through. If you do see, I mean, I just keep my ear to the ground, certainly. I do an email, I'm sure I get an email, hey, Mashiach's here, or hey, the red heifer was sacrificed or something like that. Um, and I'm sure I get a call or somebody will let me know there. But if you do get any more information on that, which was supposedly taking place, give me a heads up, okay? Excellent. I mean, all it takes is like realistically, is to either remove or move the Al Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, which isn't big. It's not that big of a place, and then to rebuild a temple there. And it's not like the temple's massive; it's pretty small. It's like the size of like I don't know, like a normal parking lot. I mean, it's not that big. Yeah, so that's what I hear. Is like, they'll say someone will say that Iran bombed the of ramming the Sudan. But if that happens, then that's just going to incite the entire Muslim world. For as powerful as Israel is, they don't have that. They'd rather be able to keep this to perhaps a conflict that's more controllable. I mean, if that happens, you're going to have a billion Muslims who are coming after you, and that's not something that is to be desired. And so, I can tell you this war is not going to be over with anytime soon. And I could even see a draft of the United States in conscription, which we haven't had, which we haven't had since 1973, and that that's never popular. The all volunteer army has been something that is more tolerable for these conflicts because it's at least it's like, hey, you wanted to go, but when they start drafting people who don't want to go and you get parents involved, you're going to have a lot of backlash. And Caroline Levitt, speaker of the press secretary, said that the Trump administration had not ruled that out. Yet Barron Trump is like too tall for the draft, um, so there are a lot of people that aren't happy about that. And I can tell you one benefit of turning 40. I just turned 40 74 days ago or something like that, and I'm no longer eligible for it. So, there are it's something that I would tell you that I don't want to see happen. If that happened, then you'll see people who will, uh, you'll see Americans attack Americans. Like, and I understand if you're going to send somebody's kid to war, what else does someone have to live for? Meaning, like, if your local service office is demanding that your kid go and get drafted, what's going to stop some father who doesn't want his kid drafted from going there and just taking out everybody? Yeah, exactly. And we will have that. And there's a certain segment of the population that is bored and would think it'd be cool and 6'7" and all this bullshit. And then they get there and they see their friends die and they start to get injured, and it's not funny anymore. This happens with every population, and it's basically it's the death tolls that we're hearing out of that region right now. I think it's like six service members. It's much higher than that. You're not allowed in Israel to videotape any type of strife, so you're not going to see anything there. And I can tell you right now, I'm live streaming in Israeli Discord, and they're there. I mean, their ears to the ground. That's how I found out about the Ayatollah. and like anything that happens directly from Israel, like literally, I'm in this Discord right now, and they tell me everything, and I they like you're not allowed in there to like talk, like take pictures of people or show troops or anything like that. So yeah, and then the United States, um, they don't want to, we don't want to come out and say that, 500 people have died, 3,000 people have died. That would turn, I mean, it's already only 25% of Americans support this. It's lower than any other conflict we've ever had. And, and, and to say that, I mean, there are going to be people who say it's not related to the Epstein files, but it's pretty clear as day to me that it is. When you have a president who fought for being a non, uh, peace president and uh, had, that had 30 years of him on camera saying and in writing that everybody else is going to go to war with Iran, and then all of a sudden, it's not like they bombed us. It's not like anything happened. It's pretty clear that he was doing some terrible shit, and there's some uh, there's some video out there or something that they've got that Mossad has on him or someone has on him, and all of a sudden now, we take we literally we've become bullies, and it's not something that I like to see the United States do. We are not the police force of the world, and this war I think will go on for a long period of time, and it will destroy all of Iran, and it'll be another thing perhaps 10 years, 20 years, and no real solution, but it will be much more difficult than Iraq, and much more difficult than Afghanistan. And and they have these drones now that are pretty cheap, like $30,000, and to take one down, it's $2 million. I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. But that's an interesting one. So you're talking about Adelson. Um, Netanyahu's son in 2020 spoke out about Les Wexner and said that he was running a child um, blackmail ring, and then he got sued over it. Like that doesn't I for as much as people want to hate on Benjamin Netanyahu, which I understand, there's an argument to be made. He's been blackmailed in this bad boy as well, and so he's just doing what he has to do too. And basically, all these it's a blackmail campaign. And I've heard this before, and I didn't really believe it as much as I do now. That it's one thing to assassinate someone that really doesn't do as much for you. What is more important is to blackmail them. Then they'll do anything that you want. I used to hear this thing that people would say that that's bizarre that you would even think about something like that or hear about something like that. But there used to be these parties for California politicians and just politicians in the United States in general, in like these areas of like Hollywood and the west side of Los Angeles, where it would be like people would be like excited to go. They'd be like senators and uh, Congress people or people running for Congress or mayor or whatever, and they would start out as like sex parties, like big orgies, and then all of a sudden they would bring in children and basically say to these people, if you want to be senator or whatever, you've got to do this, and they would do it not knowing that they're on camera, and then they were bought and paid for the rest of their life. And I can never see how that's true. as well. Yeah. No, I mean I get it every single day. People just blaming me, like I'm the one sending your kid there. I for as long as you've known me, I advocate for world peace because I knew these kinds of things were coming down the pipe. And for anyone who blames, for anyone who blames the people at the top, including the Rothschilds, including the Rockefellers, including the Ashlers, and everybody else, both Jews and non-Jews, I have heard, and I don't know how much truth there is to this, but even the top echelon is wrong. And the reason why, at least within Orthodoxy, is even if you're the top banker in the world, you still need to be married under a chuppah in an Orthodox ceremony. And you don't have control over that. There's no control. Like you can't. I mean, you could bribe people, sure, but basically at the end of the day, you are vulnerable to religion, and that perhaps this could be the work of some rogue rabbi. I have my my suspicion of who it could be. I think I know him, but um, basically everybody is you find everybody is blackmailed on some one thing after another, and it gets that way within Orthodoxy. Like somebody will be like, "Oh, we saw that your son wasn't keeping kosher," or "We know that uh, your daughter-in-law didn't have a kosher conversion." I mean, it can get very much like a gotcha game, and I think that that very well could have happened. And I suspect it. I really do that um, that there are nefarious forces within all people and all religions, and that there may be just one hidden person who has um, basically um, basically blacked out everybody else, and that works its way down. I mean, I've spoken to a bit of colleagues about this. That basically there's some evidence to this. That they, like everybody. It's like when you put a hand down and then another hand down, and another hand down, another hand down, another hand down, and everybody's got something on somebody. And um, whether it's true or not, I don't know. My man, GB, I gotta go. I gotta at least I've gotta go to the bathroom. Um, absolutely, excellent questions, and come back soon. One last thing, one last thing I want to say. For as much as I love Yo-Yo, I do. I owe Yo-Yo a lot. I really do. I kind of think he. I don't know why he has been weird to me the last two times. You know what I mean. Thank you. Take care, my man. Peace. You as well.
So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did he it's not the yours. On the other hand, Banda Yisrael also, but if Yisrael is going to come up bad, it's also yours is not God. I think that all those components which come in there well, I don't understand why should it be any different when it was a scientist. So I should give you that case ultimately again with all the other growth on its own. Once again, the US we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rama. So it says, essentially, we need to see the people here. We don't want Jews to follow the Holy Israel. Even the initially has Holy Israel. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal was not here for the point that even the definition of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Which is today, that you'll see over after you are supposed to be more saying, show me, if they shine it, and no shine behind. So it's an interesting case over here. So this I don't know if the following case. We're going to see this also. Always understand that we see I don't think the general insight that about what is our local concerning planting vegetables underneath an shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera trees provide shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the produce. That's the difference in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, you know, once it's just initial wants to suggest that there's no problem when planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the rainy season. That's what it says naturally. You can't plant vegetables underneath the trees during the rainy season. Why not? It's big shed. And the Zira or Sheretz Adam is what happens. The leaves of the tree blow off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for this growing vegetation. Because the other part of the water, the water forming leaves in the ground, but after that, see how they come over the vegetation started to allow. Once again, there's not just forming leaves should be no different than what is fallen items. I would come to this function and having fallen grapes on its own. It's possible. So if the leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be possible. Treating on the fertilizer, which is a shiny also. They take care of all the stuff on the inside. So the case of a fallen leaf is different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf. Because when the sun identity, you have just no longer on the tree. Because what's the other days? The days when it's 42 feet. Where it says, Shifuya. What about the days the shavings? That was like the Asherah tree shavings. We got that as one public higher. That's where once again, the primary part of the i.e. the tree is still existing. You can tell you, in that case, like you said, with Sarfal, he has to the Shifuya. We said it. When in the case, ultimately, again, the benefit of the tree, but ultimately, again, the shavings are preferred. So, there's normal beliefs all off that act cannot create a sense of negation or love recognition, which makes sense. There was a case today in Shinamach, the liberals as well as up until now, all of these questions have been from the Yokowan to a Shlakish, so we're on the website. I hope the Yokowan Shlakish focuses on one simple case, that I hope Zara falls over by itself and breaks. If we have a Zara, Bethel, or the Yokowan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. The Shlakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire argument has been that the which I think actually open a meeting connection so then you will always was experience that we see the most practice. Practice you will put it in the flesh. Now what happens? When the nest on top of the tree, so first thing the nest on top of the tree, what's on the home? So then you go along. You really should not get benefit from the nest, but if you get some, you have not created the evil. That was say so, right? Rashi says over here, second Rashi is not for granted. What's the Zavala? So you can't get benefit. The Zavala, full of water. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree. Again, first you get benefit from the nest. Ultimately, again, it's not really funny. So, of course, that's not right. The Rothschild'S, what about if the nest is on the top of a shade tree? The same case. I have a shade tree. On the top of the shade tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest.
And he's like, fuck you, you're walking outside. Well, then I felt bad. Then so I went out to try and make friends with him again. And he's like, I am your friend. Put his hands on my shoulder. Wow! Oh my god. So he headbutted you right in your mouth. You're outside of Denny's. Now you're definitely not getting pussy. Your mouth is bleeding. You taste the pickles and pennies just roaring through your taste buds. And all of a sudden you realize this guy just cock blocked you. You have so much testosterone running through your veins. And what do you do? I have a beer that was 60 years old. I can? Yeah. Oh shit. Wow, okay. And I grew it. You grew it out of it. That's it? And then oh, wait a minute. Are you sure? Yes, he has scars. Okay. And then what, he discharged you? No, we were fine. We were friends standing across the crowd, but Jenny's security guard called the cops. And they just stayed around. No. Man, they wanted to put you in the Grand Slam. That's the Denny's prison joke, everybody. That's 1,000 points for me. Okay, so the security guy called the cops, and then they called to the police, basically, even though the buddy didn't want to press charges, they called you throwing a case of beer at your friend's face, assault with a deadly weapon, they put you in jail, started in the drunk tank, but you're in there for the weekend, and then all of a sudden they're like, we're also bringing charges for this, and you're like, fuck out of here, right? And then what, did you hire an attorney? No, because I had no record. Disorderly conduct, like a ticket. Yeah, so why'd you go to prison for 2 years? Oh, I got busted. And you, while I know it started with marijuana, I could tell just by your bone structure, you went down a pathway, cocaine, crystal meth. Am I correct? Yeah. So Tarantino, it's full circle. Absolutely. This guy looks like he exclusively only rides tiny. Yes. Now you have like a lot of cats. Yeah, what's their story now? We always see with these people that used to live wild lives and they fill it with something like you could possibly be a fucking yoga instructor or something for all we know right now. So what have you done to like fill your life? Really? What instrument? What do you do? I play guitar. Really? Are you serious? Yeah, you play it on Anthem. What did you play at Anthem? I played some blues. Okay. Alright, D-Man, that's tremendous, dude. I love that. That's so cool, William Ray. What else, other than music, anything else crazy we should know about you before I let you go? I never met my father. And my mother abandoned me when I was 11. Oh my god, really? She's here tonight. Yeah. Jeremy, stop, everyone. Oh, I heard a little pop from your comedians there.
So, I have three dads. Three dads, yes, 1, 2, 3. So some people may say that my mom is, but that's not true. It's not true. She's the sweetest woman that I've ever met. She will give you the shirt off her back, and later on, this will be my dad. So, one of my dads raised me up and taught me, he gave me the sex talk, and by doing that, he sat me down in front of some good old-fashioned porno and said, figure it out. So for a long time, I thought I had a small penis and that I couldn't last for shit compared to these gorillas that were just going for hours. And then I had sex with girls, and I confirmed I have a small penis and premature ejaculating. Thank you.
Yeah, this is it. Our first time having Jeremy Sell on the show, right?
Not really.
I knew you would. She said, what was looking at the last year? Like, I have no parents. I should read that. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, you look like you had vitamins when you were a kid. Like, fucking the opposite of a laugh guy. You seem like you could be the laugh guy's grandson. How's it going? How are you, Jeremy? What's going on? Tell him I didn't understand that.
This is my first time ever being on safe ever.
Wow. The sheep of the first time. What made you decide now? How old are you? 31? 32.
I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, so I saw you in a basement of a mall while I was chilling on my head.
Okay, what was I doing in this case? It's always so interesting. Yes, she was raining men in a bit of a hole. What was going on?
Very confused.
Was it a comedy club?
St. Louis, one called Helium,
Yeah.
basement of a mall.
Oh, yeah. Helium's a very famous comedy club. I would start like that next time.
Yeah.
It's like saying I saw you in a giant bar in New York. It was Madison Square Garden. Basement of a mall. Jesus, what freak you are. That's how you labeled it in your head. It's a famous. It's the best comedy club in St. Louis. Helium. And geez, what's that?
Pre-COVID.
Okay, not that long ago. 2, 3 years. You get to that St. Louis Helium, is that right? That's right. Atlanticomedy.com. We got where are you guys going together on some of those? Awesome. I love it. I want to understand this sounded like a made-up joke to me. What was the actual situation?
Actual situation. Had a dad, rolled out his drugs at a very young age, adopted him at 1, got the name Zonarelli, so it's not my biological father. First dad, hey, love you too, son. Second dad, second dad, shit, divorce, stepdad comes in, and 18 years old, biological dad says, hey, I'm back.
It's me, Zonarelli. Hey, what the fuck?
Zonarelli was the guy that died. That's one. This guy comes back to speak. Check out his car. Real nice car. Like, yeah.
Whoa, stepdad's all I've noticed that the people with the least amount of fathers tend to be the funniest in comedy, and this actually proves that you being here tonight with 3 dads. I'm kidding, it's the first time you asked. You're the ones that made it weird for throwing it in, by the way. What do you do for work, Jeremy? What fucking Wi-Fi cable company do you work for?
Spectrum. Even more exciting, I'm a safety guy.
What kind of safety guy?
I keep engineers safe.
Where? What? What are you
A big corporation, basically. I give people hard hats, and then they go and do computer work. I'm super excited.
How'd you get that job? One of your dads hooking up?
Surprisingly, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I don't even need to ask questions tonight. I already know the answer. This is like a psychic show. It's like a video hosted. Alright. Jeremy, what's your love life like? You have a girlfriend right now?
I'm married, and I actually am going to have my first date in January.
Whoa. Somebody hasn't been wearing his hard hat. I love it. Is it a boy or a girl? You know yet? Okay. Maybe it's a boy, but he just got your dick. They can't see it yet.
As far as I know,
What does your wife do?
she is a manager for a company that helps people with special needs in the workforce.
Special needs. She's putting special people to work.
Yeah.
Do you give them hard hats too? Sometimes it's too easy. I mean, it's right there. I give people hard hats, and my girlfriend works with retards. That's another beat. You guys get to see it live, but the internet is just beep. His wife works with me. I love it. You ever meet these people? Does she ever bring any of her people home for dinner or anything
It's
like
all
that?
hush hush. All hush hush. I don't even know. I asked her.
What does that mean?
I asked her what
How was work
kind of
today?
situations you deal with. To get a discount on the conference.
Negativity. Hey. Good. It's good, D-Madness. We're fucking loving it. Alright. Jeremy, your first time. So, what made you want to do this now? You have a bun in the oven. What made you want to start now?
One of my buddies is like super fan of the show, and I was like, I'm gonna come out here.
What made you come to Austin?
The safety convention. Hopefully, there's nobody at the convention here that says my phone.
Well, there's a few people from your wife's work here. Alright, Red Band team.
But again, we get
Too excited over there. A lot of sales. So much fun, Jeremy. Congratulations. This is smoking. Did you catch it? There it is. Jeremy's on it. telling you, that's why I joined this team real quick. I'm like, I am not. Sometimes you hear what they say, guys. Kevin, before you go, so what do? You go back and forth sometimes?
Yeah, I'm using it for Detroit.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah, it's basically Puerto Rico. Love the cheesy. Alright? All the states. What made you go to Detroit?
My dad, he moved there, and I was like, oh, Puerto Rico.
Detroit. There's no opportunities in Puerto Rico. Let's go to the great, powerful country of the United States of America. And where better to go? Forget the cricket, literally the saddest story in American history. The city of Detroit. And it's unbelievable. What year did your father move here? Tell me it was the 80s or 90s. At least then we could rationalize it a little bit. Wow. 2012.
It was a good year for Detroit. They were in the World Series, you know, so
They what?
they were in the World Series. Tigers.
Oh, the World Series.
We got that
You say world like real Puerto Rican, you know that? Some people have trouble with that word. That's a Red Man says from Railroad. Live from the Railroad Famous Comedy Store. Literally, you would go back first 250 episodes of this Railroad. That's Ohio. Not my part of Ohio. So, Kevin, you said you came out to your parents, and the big twist was that you're an introvert. What do you do by yourself?
Get high and listen to music.
Alright, what kind of music are you, listening to?
I listen to a lot of weird shit, like Afrobeats. There's this record label called Rothschild'S, and it's like a lot of funky music from like Middle East. So.
You play any music or anything?
No, I like
What else about your life? Anything else? Any fun facts about Kevin Rodriguez that we should know about? Seems like a big name.
Yo, dog. I don't want to teach today. Really? I do. I don't want to go through all the same shit. I keep reading the same shit. Today is the 21st of the dark, and these are the negative expressing. Let's see if we can get the thing down. Okay. Nobody. Nobody really knows anything for sure. Like hello. So we're gonna watch a documentary. Follow. Enjoy it.
Rabbi, I like you. You're my favorite person to watch.
Oh well, thank you. I appreciate that, my friend.
I used to watch you on the Jew.
Oh, tight. Uh, if I may ask, are you at least age 18?
Unfortunately,
That's okay. So watch me in the Jewish Guild, and then when you turn 18, you come in here and we'll chill. How's that sound? Excellent, my friend. Thank you for your.
you can mute me for 4 years.
Okay. Well, just watch me in the Jewish Guild.
Okay. Goodbye. Have a great
You
day.
too, my friend. Thank you for your kind words. You're not going to read the thing today? No. Why? Because I'm fucking tired, man. We should watch one of these. Dude, we watched this one like a thousand times. But we even turn into this. Can you see this shit? What day of this bitch is it? It's a fucking fire. Done. You might get in trouble. What are you doing stuff?
which he wants it really low. You'll see that either LeBron, but LeBron, I tell you what, he didn't just mean anything on LeBron. He was the really low. So after the year, it's just a totally sees the shit stuff, knows something that looks just like evil stuff. In other words, the bad guy eventually miscarried and placed the name on LeBron. Rather than he saw what appeared to be a rebellion. So he's the far finest woman. So it's a second thing. Because once I get to that, I want to how they can drop that into the road. So I said, like, at the pool, I was able to see if it was a boy or a girl. Which was a tough conversation. Check it out. You want to see it? You want to see it? You reach out to them. So good to know. You have to be able to see what she miscarried.
Oh yeah, fantasy football too.
How to find that?
Either way, it wasn't likely. My curiosity took me by surprise. I just felt proud about it. I wasn't always the only one in the world. My mom went to 4 synagogues.
Oh, you're taking it. Really? Fuck no.
My father, a great Orthodox uncle, he basically led that part of the line gave himself an offer on that side. My parents had rejected Orthodox Judaism years before, but now, because of Kabbalah, I find myself wanting to know more about the religious side of my family. Even though we live just 10 miles from each other, yet we have been enemies or cousins. Not only that, but some of them were great friends as well. They invited me and frozen me out to fun to celebrate Sukkot, the Jewish holiday festival that takes place in the fall. I grew up and also highly divine. As I tested the waters of Islam, I decided to find out more Christianity inside of the religion. Maybe thinking for taking 1921 to uncover the reality. David, great
Kabbalah this, bitch. Oh, false alarm. Oh,
ourselves being together with other people enables other people to bring out aspects of ourselves that we're not aware of even. And that everyone's welcome to. We'd love to have you together.
that's right, bitch. Did you fucking asshole even have a freedom? Fuck you if it doesn't. Fuck you. Not even a Jew if you don't have a fetal in your fucking ass, right? Really? Fetal are very important.
It's normal for our kids to hear it, especially Christians. Masters from another planet. Most people up until recently well, Jesus. But now it seems I'm finding out for me I'm sort of getting really attracted into my heritage, this esoteric learning. But I don't know necessarily if maybe it's going to bring me to that. So, we don't know. But I have to get a little bit of attention for it. Yeah. How about you? Just follow I'm saying because I understand you know children will be learned apart. It's like learning starting over. Just like and this also came out recently. Maybe things go well are very real. It's also the concept that brings me to want to learn why it exists, how does it happen?
Let's go. Follow this, bitch. Round two. Wait. Fuck. Fuck. Man. Not really. This motherfucking fucking nutty. I just said, follow this dick, bitch. No, it's wrong. We study this all the time. We fucking did this in the thing. Sod. Now I call that shit sod, baby. Why? Turf management, bitch. What's that background? Okay. But this is almost all the power, bitch. Garbage. That's not Judaism. That shit sucks and it's that's they're in a fucking nunnery at this point. Really? All those motherfuckers in a monastery. His parents, his grandparents have been in a monastery. Ask anybody. Really? Oh, closer to a monastery than it is a shul, bitch. Why? Yeah, it just sucks. You teach it on YouTube with no one watching. Really? Reception. Really? Yeah, like Jerry Rice. Yeah, I mean, come on, you're not gonna learn this anywhere else, kid. We call them wideouts. Really? We call them flankers. Really? Fucking call them flankers. You have to see my YouTube videos. Not happy, son. So bottle this shit, bitch. Third time's a charm. Whoosh, perhaps. Yeah, but is it archived? Well, Rena, you can get it, girl. Really? Yeah, I'd stick my dick in her mouth. What do you want me to do about it? Let's see if we can get everything. And then the giraffe. First pair controller. What the fuck is this?
celebration of congratulations. This day is, especially when I heard it was happening on my team's sports. It's more Jets games than any other. The crowd never looked like this way.
Yeah, you totally understand. So, yeah. Well, you should know everything sucks. You don't know that. That's everybody knows. Everything sucks. How was that? How was all of that, bitch? Elevate, elevate, creation. Elevate, 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 elevate. Liberate, elevate, shine. That's what they should be saying, motherfuckers. So this guy hasn't said anything different in like 5 fucking days. I hear about these chicken eggs. Dude, like a little bitch. It's just convention. It's hatching. Just shit straight. Fucking New York. New York is doing. Really? Yeah, I'll say it anyway. I'm gonna fucking say it. That's like just like it's going out of style, baby. I guess you would just fucking simple thing. Tired. We should watch it the second half tomorrow.